Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Bull.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock and the inquiry's resumed. I've got a few matters I need to run through, but I think my preference is to hear from Mr. Mockler and then pick those up afterwards. The only point that I'll make, because looking around the room, I think most people have been here previously, is there's no planned fire alarm, so we need to leave if we hear the alarm. But I think everything else you've probably heard me say before. So with that in mind, Mr. Mockler, would you like to start presenting your case? If you need any particular documents, if you can give me a moment to get to them. I've got your documents here, but if there's any other documents, just give me a moment. And if you need a break at some point, just say.
Right. Madam, could I ask for your guidance on 2 points that I'm a bit confused about?
Certainly.
First of all, obviously I'm representing myself, and what I wondered was, after I've been cross-examined, if anyone wants to cross-examine me, of course, can I sort of re-examine myself, as it were?
Yes, you can make some additional...
I can make some additional sort of...
remarks, but they need to be related to what you've been asked in cross-examination. You can't go off in different directions that you haven't been in originally.
Oh, right. So I can't raise any sort of final points that I haven't included in the statement of case.
If they're in your statement of case, it's better that you maybe not read it all out, but just reference it in your evidence in chief. Mr. Humphreys will take your statement of case as read, I think. Oh, sorry, Mr. Flanagan. I'm sure Mr. Flanagan will understand that you're representing yourself and not be unduly, I can't think of the word now. I'm sure he'll be reasonably flexible, but in general, you should confine it to what you've been asked in cross-examination.
If
it's actually in your proof, we'll take it, and it's not being questioned. We take that as the evidence.
Oh gosh.
Are you confused?
Yes. So I'm not quite sure if I should add. I got what Mr. Humphreys calls some discrete points to add at the end, which I wondered whether I could do or not.
You can do, but they should really be, if they're part of your evidence, you should really put it there, flag them up during your evidence in chief, when you're giving evidence the first time.
Oh, right. Okay.
And if there's matters that you haven't done that,
yes,
but you've not been cross-examined on, then you can mention them, or we'll take it as read. We'll take what's in your proof, right? So the evidence is your proof plus what you're presenting to the inquiry.
Right.
We'll try and guide you, Mr. Mockler.
Okay.
We're not going to try and be very officious about it.
Thanks. The other more general point I wanted to seek your guidance on, Madam, was this. Logically, I suppose, if you reject the scheme for Hi-Fi. Sorry, may I go on calling it Hi-Fi rather than Hif thing, which I always think of it as. If you reject the scheme for that, it sounds to me logical that you equally reject the compulsory purchase order. Does that inevitably follow?
Well, they're both Secretary of State schemes, and the compulsory purchase order would be confirmed by the Secretary of State for Transport. Sorry, I'm not sure if that's close enough. And he's indicated he'd like to see the planning decision before he decides on the on the compulsory purchase order. So yes, the planning decision would be one of his considerations, and whether to approve that order or not.
Because there'd be no point in the compulsory purchase order going forward, would there, if the whole scheme was rejected, the planning scheme was rejected?
I'm going to leave that matter for the Secretary of State to decide. Okay.
Right. Right. My name is Anthony Mokler, and I will be appearing as representatives both of my own personal interest as owner of a section of the land that would be affected if the compulsory purchase order were to go ahead, and as one of the two trustees of the Milton Manor settled estate, of which I am, in any case, the life tenant. The other trustee is Mrs. Gwendolyn Marsh, who also lives at Milton Manor, who I was hoping would be here today, though she hasn't been very well. But unfortunately, on Saturday, she was rushed to the John Radcliffe Hospital, where she is now. So so obviously she can't. She can't be here, and what with my sister-in-law's funeral this week, you'll perhaps forgive me, madam, if I'm a bit more disorganized than I usually am. It all seems to be happening at once. Many witnesses have begun by saying how long they've lived in the area. I think I can probably trump in the card-playing sense, not in the American political sense, I should emphasize. Trump that by saying we moved to Milton in 1953 from nearby Dorchester on Thames when I was knee-high to a grasshopper. Well, not really to a grasshopper, to a kangaroo, I suppose. And I've lived in Milton almost all my life, except for 3 years in the army and several years as a war correspondent in Central America, Asia, and above all, Africa. Now, I make absolutely no claim to be an expert in anything at all. So I hope no one cross-examining me will ask whether I'm professionally qualified to talk about climate change or traffic modeling or road safety, etc., because the answer will be no, no, and no. But I would just like to add, my professional experience has led me to distrust experts of all kinds, or at least always to examine their expert opinions carefully, almost to take their expert opinions with a pinch of salt. As, for instance, General Westmoreland, whom some may remember was Commander-in-Chief of the American forces in Vietnam. At the time of the Tet Offensive, I remember him giving his absolutely expert opinion that Americans would undoubtedly repel the offensive of the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese, and would most certainly be victorious over the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese in the war. Just one example of how very wrong even the most highly qualified experts can be. The other thing I should perhaps say at this stage is that I don't have a computer or email, as Mrs. Vincent will be only too well aware. So I've had a suitcase full of documents sent to me by OCC and the applicants, but I'm afraid to say I haven't got round to reading any of them at all, despite initial good intentions. This is partly because it's been lambing season, which has been particularly difficult and time-consuming because of the weather this year, but mainly because I was simply daunted by the extent of the task. All I managed to do was to count up the number of pages sent to me, which in all are 3,024. Actually, that's not including about 250 pages more in rebuttals.
So, Mr. Mockler, just to interrupt you, what we're here to look at today are your objections to the compulsory purchase order and the side road order, if you've got any objections to that.
Yes.
So I don't know if you could sort of move on and focus on those, because these other matters, although they explain a little bit of background, they can't be material to my decision. You know, I have to understand what your objection is.
Okay, so
if it helps you, I've got your statement of case that you put in with general objections to the compulsory purchase order. You list those from point 6 to point 10. I don't know if it might help to talk to those.
Right. So, okay. If I could then skip that next bit. Yes. Could I just add that what we're talking about is a site almost entirely owned by the family trust, the L.A. Barrett Will Trust, with one field out of the 4 fields owned by myself personally. Years ago, this land was allocated by the Vale of the White Horse for the building of 800 houses, which I should perhaps emphasize I hadn't asked for, but was just done by the Vale of the White Horse District Council. Now, of the 4 fields, 3 front the A4130, very close to the Milton Interchange roundabout to the west, and about 2.5 miles from Didcot railway station, with just to the east Valley Park, which was originally allocated for 2,400 homes, but which Persimmon and Taylor Wimpey between them have now up to over 4,000, as yet unbuilt, with closer to Didcot Great Western Park already built. The site is known to us as New Farm, but was described by the planners as Northwest Valley Park, which we felt was a very confusing title. So we persuaded Didcot Garden Town to call it Milton Fields, which was its original name when it was open fields, as the 1900 Ordnance Survey map will show. Unfortunately, not all the planners seem to be informed of this, but I will, if I may, go on calling it Milton Fields. I will be calling one witness, Mr. David Page, who with his family lives in New Farmhouse, with New Farm at the moment being partly arable and partly livestock, mainly sheep. He's here at the moment, madam. Could I ask him to?
Yes. Do you want to call him now, or do you want
call
to
him now? Would that be?
Yes, that's fine. Mr.
Yeah.
Page, would you like just to come up to the table?
Not very loud. So
Sorry?
would it be okay just to speak without the microphone?
So if people can hear you, I can hear you. Can everyone hear? If you could just...
I don't mind speaking into
Yeah.
it's absolutely fine.
Thank you.
There you go. Can everyone hear me now?
Yeah.
My objections to the road is me and my son both have asthma. So the extra volume of traffic and etc. could impact on our health. The extra noise of the traffic as well is we already have trains and everything else running past, and the lorries and the Milton interchange, you hear that at night. But my biggest fear is the cars and the lorries that are speeding along there at the moment. It's a 30-mile-an-hour limit. Now, I ride with my children to school in the morning along this road, and the lorries are going at such a speed, it's blowing my children nearly into the road. Now, you're going to put 2 lanes up. Yeah, that makes my children wobble on the road. Now, Milton interchange has not made no difference really, as it is now. The amount of accidents and confusion the Milton interchange have brought is very large. Yeah, and lots of accidents. So 2 lanes now will mean that you can only turn left as you get there. And this is going to confuse a hell of a lot more drivers there. And also, for us to pull into New Farm, we've now going to have to cross 3 lanes of traffic. And it's hard enough to pull it into the farm now. And we've had 2 accidents actually happen behind us with lorries whilst we've been trying to turn in. And yeah, that's basically my statement for that. And it's just going to have a huge impact on me and my children, my 5 children.
Mr. Page.
Sorry, Mr. Muckler, if you could just bear with me for a moment. When did you say that you walked your children to school or they cycle to school?
My 2 children ride, my 2 youngest boys, because they go to Sutton Courtenay.
Right.
So we use the road and cross at the traffic lights and go under the subway.
Yeah, but they walk, yeah?
Yeah, well, they ride their bikes to school. Yes, that's correct.
Walk or cycle?
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. And so let Mr. Muckler...
Yes.
How many children have you got in all?
I have 5.
5
my
children?
oldest is 14 years old.
Oh, right.
I have 7, 8. They're the 2 young boys that go to Sutton Courtenay School, so they're the ones that ride with me in the mornings. Yeah. Then I've got a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, and a 14-year-old that go to Aureus. Again, having to use the A413, 30, sorry.
And if the present single carriageway is doubled, it'll I've got this right, haven't I? It'll make life much more difficult for you.
Yes, because we've got to try and, we do use the vehicle. Obviously, that's to go do our shopping and everything else. And that is going to be very difficult trying to pull in over 3 lanes. It's hard now with just the 2 lanes there. So an extra lane, yes, I do feel it's going to be a danger for us to try and pull in.
And finally, if I've got this right, the traffic along the A4130 in the morning and in the evening in rush hour is pretty well static.
Yeah, yes, definitely.
Well, it's very congested.
Yes,
But
yes.
then at other times of day, it just goes too fast and ignores the speed limit. Is that right?
Way too fast. You should. I'm even thinking of ringing the police to get them to sit in my driveway so they can catch them, because it's not just 1 or 2 cars. You're talking probably 100 cars a day just fly up and down there, and this is professional lorry drivers and everything else with Arctic lorries. And it blows me, let alone my 2 children. You know, so having an extra carriageway still means we're going to have to walk along the side no matter what. So yes, that is my case for that.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Page.
Mr. Mockler and Mr. Page,
Yes.
it seems to me that the evidence I've just heard probably goes to the heart of the planning aspect rather than the CPOs. So that's where I would intend to report it. I can reference it in the CPO order, but Mr. Page's evidence isn't talking about the acquisition of the land, really. That's my... I don't know, Mr. Flanagan, do you have a view on that?
I think you're clearly right, Madam. As you said, in light of the fact that Mr. Mockler and Mr. Page are not professionally represented, I've no objection to obviously you hearing that evidence, and I've got a couple of questions if it would be convenient to ask them on that.
Okay. So that's what I propose to do, Mr. Mockler. I will report Mr. Page's evidence in relation and consider it in relation to the planning appeal, but I will make a reference to it in the CPO orders decision. So, Mr. Page, are you happy to answer questions from Mr.
Yes,
Flanagan?
no problem, yes.
Yeah. And, sorry, are you happy with that approach, Mr. Page?
Yes, no problem at all.
Right. Mr. Flanagan.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Page.
Morning, sir.
Just a couple of brief questions. You, I think, just talked about the current footway or cycleway along
Yes.
the A4130.
Yes.
At the moment, you're quite close to the traffic when you walk along that.
Yes,
cycle.
yes.
And you talked about when your children cycle, actually, they can be quite close to the large lorries.
Yeah, well, I'll try and keep them on the inside, you see. And as the lorries are flying past, it is making them wobble because the wind is so strong. If they was going at 30 mile an hour, yes, they might not blow them, but they're not. They are going 60, 70 mile an hour along that road. And it's so scary for my children.
So can I take it that it's right that you would welcome a wider cycleway being put in along the A4130 so that you're further away from that traffic? That would be a good thing?
Yes, but you're still going to have 3 lanes of traffic. Honestly, I can't see how it's going to improve nothing, because when you get down to the interchange, everyone's always in the wrong lane and they're all trying to move out to get into the correct lane. So I just think it's going to add a lot more confusion, whether the cycle paths widen or not.
Thank you, Mr. Page. That's all I wanted to ask.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
So when you're talking about everybody remaining in the left lane, that's as they approach the Milton Interchange roundabout?
Yes, that's correct. No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Page.
All right, Mr. Motley.
Thanks, David. Yeah.
Thanks. So could I ask you, Mr. Page, just programme officers at the back of the room, if you could just give her your details.
Oh, yes,
just,
no problem.
Yeah, thanks. So, Mr. Mockler.
Yes. Paragraph 4. Having studied the statements of case put forward both by poets and by the neighbouring parish council's joint committee, we absolutely support all poets' objections, as indeed we would also support almost all the objections of the joint committee. In particular, both of the previous objectors raised the local transport and connectivity plan as being in obvious contradiction with what the applicant is proposing. One minor point on that, Madam, is the local transport and connectivity plan mentions that they would like to encourage horse riding. And as you will perhaps remember, I pointed out to you that Cow Lane was in fact a bridle path. And riding a horse alongside the A4130, even at the moment, as I've done it once, is extremely dangerous and nerve-wracking. And when it's double the traffic and double the noise, it'd be quite impossible. So So obviously that's a minor point, but still. We also support very strongly the conclusions drawn by the Joint Committee on pages 5, 6, 7, 9, and the Oxfordshire Friends of the Earth report as summarised on pages 12 and 13, which seem to put the case against Hi-Fi extremely clearly, and the further report, whose conclusion is published on pages 21 and 22. Now, on that, but I'm not quite sure whether, after what you said, Madam, I'm allowed to comment on 2 points in there.
I think that's fine, Mr. Mockler. As I say, it might be something that I address more in the planning decision. I'm aware that you've been here to address the inquiries.
First of all, on the green belt, I hope most people in this room will agree that the green belt is one of the great achievements of the British planning system that stops, that completely unlike America, stops cities expanding and taking in a vast extent of open country. It's a great planning achievement. Indeed, the Conservative manifesto of 2019-1, election manifesto, pledged we will protect and enhance the green belt. As an Oxford Times article I've got here, but if I could just quote the headline, from 6th of July last year, new sprawling housing estates spell the death of the green belt. It's hopefully we can preserve the green belt, and ought to, which leads me on, if I may, to the Culham Science Centre. If I can just put a few points here, Madam. If it now employs 4,000 people and could rise to 5,000 people, as Professor Chapman has stated, why does it need 3,500 new homes, mainly, I think, on the green belt for the extra 1,000? Particularly as, however Professor Chapman may put it, its main raison d'etre, the joint European torus, has been decommissioned. Indeed, I have a press cutting here from March showing that the Culham Science campus closed at the end of 2023. It may be all very fascinating for scientists to see how it's dismantled by robos and all that, but the point is surely that it's come to an end at Culham, and that it's now basically over at Culham. After all, these things change. The site of what is now called Culham Science Campus used to be the Fleet Air Arm site of HMS Hornbill. I should know because my father, who was in the Royal Navy, was stationed there shortly before he retired, and it closed in 1953, which was very convenient for us, his children, and his wife, as he was so nearby. Just as on a smaller scale, the Culham Teacher Training Diocesan Theological College closed to become later the European School. The point being that the use of these sites does change. And if, as Professor Chapman explained so clearly, the new British fusion plant is being built somewhere near Nottingham, it seems fairly logical that that will become the centre for nuclear fusion, and everything connected with it in England, and everything connected with it in England. That's surely just common sense. As for the impassioned, indeed vehement plea by Mr. Peter Canavan on Tuesday, 23rd of April, all this spiel about how vital Culham was, how delay would be disastrous, how this was the world-leading site, etc., and how important it was that all these new houses should be built there. All of these were just assertions, when it seems fairly clear that the world centre has now moved to France, where the new, bigger and better prototype is being built in Provence, in Saint-Paul-les-Durance. It does seem fair, incidentally, to point out that Mr. Canavan is the land agent and presumably the estate agent for the project, or at least his firm, Carter Jonas, would be. And that, unlike the barristers who've spoken on one side or the other, Carter Jonas would tend to make an enormous sum of money out of all these new houses and buildings, as I know only too well, having had to pay another branch of Carter Jonas for my own master plan for Milton Fields. They certainly are no impartial party when it comes to pushing for 3,500 new homes to be built and for more buildings in the science centre itself to be rented out. Indeed, towards the beginning of the inquiry, you may remember, madam, that one witness suggested that the Culham campus had now virtually become a property development company. And indeed, it would be interesting to know how much rent the 40-odd companies who are apparently renting buildings there are actually paying, and what proportion that is of the total income of the place. Because...
So I understand the point you're making, Mr. Mockler, but I think it's time to move on to a different area in terms of what I'm able to take account of.
Right. Just two quick minor points on that, if I might. Could I urge you, madam, to urge all the scientists who've spoken at this inquiry to go and see the film Oppenheimer, which, as you will all know, has won all these awards recently, which shows the unexpected consequences.
Mr. Mockler, you really need to move on from this and focus
on
the case before the inquiry.
Okay. Point 6. Sorry, my paragraphs 6, 7.
What document are you?
Sorry, we're looking at my statement of case, isn't it?
Paragraph 6 and 7, or 67. I don't think it goes up to.
6, 7, yes.
Firstly, paragraph 6, and then paragraph 7? Or?
Yes.
Right, I'm there.
Then. Yeah. Which is headed General Objections to the Compulsory Purchase Order. Yeah. The main reason given for the compulsory purchase order, which immediately affects the trust land lying between the Milton interchange and the proposed Science Bridge, is that it's necessary to double the width of the existing road, the A4130, to make it into a dual carriageway. Why? It seems to be blindingly obvious that this is a ridiculous and unnecessary proposition and that it should be rejected out of hand. If the whole purpose of Hi-Fi is to enable further development and house building to take place, we would question why the doubling, as there's a perfectly good road for building materials and such like to be carried along, and there is no reason at all to double its size. For the whole purpose of the Hi-Fi concept, as funded by Homes England, is basically, as its title indicates, to enable more houses to be built. The only argument I've heard that might possibly apply is that if and when Science Bridge is built, all the materials for it will block the road for 2 or 3 weeks or whatever it was. But surely it's quite absurd to build a dual carriageway simply to solve what will be a very temporary problem if it ever happens, which of course I hope it doesn't. Furthermore, there is surely an innate contradiction between the plan to build a single carriageway for the vast majority of the proposed hi-fi scheme, but a dual carriageway for the first stages of the scheme. The logical conclusion is surely either to build a dual carriageway the whole way or a single carriageway the whole way. It makes no sense at all to create a future bottleneck where the proposed dual carriageway suddenly has to funnel into a single carriageway. Indeed, as Mr. Maddox said on the 16th of April, he was Ecom's environmental consultant. It would be nonsensical to make the bridges dual carriageway, the two bridges, Science Bridge and the Thames Bridge, then to funnel the traffic into a single carriageway. Surely the same argument applies to making the 4130 a dual carriageway and then funnel it into a single carriageway. It's the same, exactly the same thing in reverse. It's nonsensical. What indeed is the purpose of the dualling of the A4130? Apparently, it must be simply to relieve the congestion at rush hours between the Milton interchange roundabout and the centre of Didcot. But A, this has nothing at all to do with facilitating house building. B, if we've understood it rightly, the very forceful arguments put forward by both poets and the Joint Committee is that any extra road space will simply induce car drivers to use their cars more and more, and that any increased capacity will fill up and result in further jams within a year or two. That's what we understand is meant by induced demand.
In terms of the compulsory purchase order, those points, which are points 6 to 10, you're essentially saying that the scheme's not needed.
Yes.
That's
yes. It's totally unneeded for house building.
There's no need for it.
Yeah. Then two specific objections, my paragraphs 11 and 12. The first specific objection, which indeed is highlighted both by poets and the Joint Committee, is that the planners have not properly considered alternatives to the hi-fi scheme. Indeed, in the original planning application submitted by AECOM, there is, almost hidden away within the actually 2.5 million words, 10,000 pages, their original planning application, a few pages devoted to alternatives, all of which, unsurprisingly, were rejected by AECOM using very suspect, indeed self-serving criteria. This is the only thing that I personally have contributed to the inquiry. And this is a document in my statement of case or proof of evidence or whatever one calls it. Alternatives to hi-fi. Could I just very quickly point out 2 or 3 things on the document? On page 1, I had to go to Oxfordshire County Council to look through these 10,000 pages. That was about 3 years ago when I was younger and had more energy. And it was it was really difficult to find this design and access statement. And page 1, I mean, I would suggest that instead of making it obvious what the alternatives were, there was every effort made to sort of make the page numbering and the indexes and everything so difficult and obscure that I think I was very lucky to find it at all. On page 2, it gives towards the bottom the 4 criteria on which marks were given by ACOM to the various options. The marks given for these various criteria seem to be almost entirely given on very arguable grounds indeed, and in many cases without any but the most superficial grounds being named. The next page is the table of contents copied out from the whole design and access statement. And that's quite complicated enough. And then it goes on. The first 4 options are, there's an option 0, which is do nothing, which, not surprisingly, ACOM rejected out of hand. And then there are the 4 that we've actually got in front of us, options 1, 2, 3, and 4, which again, not surprisingly, they gave sort of high marks to. And then there are another well, up to 16 options in all, of which, may I ask you to turn to page 8, the last page of this document. The whole procedure seems almost slapdash. Various minor options are put in only to be rejected out of hand, and various major options, which could, in our view, profitably be studied to a far greater extent, are rejected or given negative remarks on very dubious grounds indeed. The consultation process should obviously have started with 16 or more options put out for consultation and then considered seriously by all parties and all stakeholders. It is a travesty, in effect, to merely select 4 and consign the rest to a few obscure pages in one of the innumerable folders produced by ACOM. It seems to us that a combination of various of the rejected options might indeed work very well and need to be seriously studied before proceeding any further with these skewed planning proposals. Final note, it would be better if everyone could look at the original document, which on the various options we've commented on, we haven't given the full text to keep the document down. On these alternatives, could I refer quickly to my document, the Cartina Project, which is the last and smallest document in the folder.
I have that.
And it's a study we commissioned years ago now from Société Embarquée Spatio in Paris, and basically, in rather bad English, I'm afraid, it proposes the use of pods as, see page 3, halfway down, a super efficient machine, silent, agile, discreet, powerful, sustainable, cheap, that will carry freight as well as passengers. This is obviously an alternative. Could I particularly draw your attention, Madam, to the final pages, 12 and 13, which shows how this system could be used not only to link Milton Fields, and indeed Milton Park, to Didcot railway station, with, of course, stops for passengers for Valley Park and Great Western Park too along the A4130, but also have a separate line linking Harwell campus to Culham Science Centre. That's on page 13. Copies of this were sent with a covering letter to the Garden Town Committee and the planners, suggesting they investigate further and invite SAE to make a formal presentation in person here rather than in Paris, which may have been disappointing for the planners. But unfortunately, no response was received. But it does surely go to disprove the allegations that no one has ever tried to come up with any studies, even elementary studies, which this obviously is, of alternative solutions. They do exist. Indeed, only last week I found a thing saying, a newspaper article saying Vision 2028, quite soon, a Britain where the taxis fly and the drones fight crime, and a whole article about it. But obviously, if we have flying taxis, we don't need, and surely even the planners must agree with this, we don't need lots of new roads. Yes. Right. Okay. Moving on from that. Secondly, there is the financial question, which the Joint Committee deals with on page 30 of its statement of case, and Poet refers to on page 6. What we've asked the inspector to consider is that this could very well be, mutatis mutandis, Oxfordshire County Council's equivalent of the HS2 scheme. There, costs have rocketed and apparently will continue to rocket, with great distress caused to many owners on both sides of the proposed scheme, whose land and houses have been compulsorily purchased. And all for what? For what it is now generally agreed, except by one former Prime Minister, now living locally, who notoriously favoured vast infrastructure schemes, to be a white elephant that in the end will bring very little, if any, benefit, and would have cost the taxpayer, i.e. ourselves, a vast amount of money. It seems that more funding has now been promised by Homes England, which, if it materialises, and if we've got the figures right, would bring the total cost of this whole scheme to a monstrous £400 million, £330 million immediately rather than 269 or 296. And apparently, Mr. O'Brien informs me, there's another 67 million promised by the government, if needed. So roughly another 100 million of, after all, our money, on top of the original, roughly 300 million. And judging by HS2 and its spiralling costs, there's no hope of it stopping there. 2 points. A fraction of this money would suffice for an alternative scheme, such as something on the lines of the Carlina project, plus options, of the options listed in the alternatives. What about numbers 7, 8, 11, and 12 of the 16 alternatives? A combination of them, not one, not the other, but a combination. And the second point is that Homes England, and I've got a copy here, if needed, of their of their sort of prospectus supporting housing infrastructure fund supporting document for forward funding. On section 3, it says that they apparently fund 7 things, not only transport and travel, which they mention, but schools, utilities, green and blue infrastructure, etc. So why on earth is all this money concentrated on road building only? It's not logical, it's not sensible, and it doesn't seem to fit in with what Homes England is apparently there for. Now, my paragraph 16. As the inspector will have seen from our submitted documents, Milton Fields master plan and Stantec's transport proposals, the road widening would have a pretty disastrous effect on the whole Milton Fields proposal. It would reduce the land available, obviously. It would increase noise and pollution, obviously. It would add to the volume of runoff water, obviously. And even more obviously, it would be contrary to the whole idea of a car-free development. In fact, it would risk having a most damaging effect on the whole scheme. If we could look at Milton Fields and the attached transport proposals, let me emphasize that this was what the Vale and Garden Town both emphasized, Milton Fields is meant to be an exemplary site. And the important thing about it, is that the proposal is for a totally car-free development. A car-free development. And it's vast important as a car-free development on the lines of many places in Europe, but I think not in England yet. It would certainly put Didcot Garden Town on the map, and hopefully it could set an example to planners and planning authorities throughout the country. Madam, if you look at the Milton Fields master plan, the most important section is 2.1 on pages 10 and 11, which is headed Vision for Milton Fields. The single most striking, most innovative, and therefore most surprising element of this vision is this. Milton Fields is to be a car-free development. And then it goes on to say, page 10, paragraph 2, how are people to get around? Obviously on foot and by bicycle, but also by much improved means of public transport, including very possibly S-Bahns, light railways and trams, all of which are now being introduced in cities such as Dublin and Paris, and which will be much less expensive to construct in comparatively open countryside rather than built-up city centres, and so on and so forth. And it's meant to be a sort of sustainable, almost village-like community where there will be shops and entertainment centres and a school and a city farm and open space, and so on and so forth, and indeed very possibly for aerial taxis, which take off vertically, a landing ground, though we haven't put that in yet. And it will also follow the Vale of the White Horse Joint Design Guide and set up its own design council. And the Garden Town delivery plan, and Madam, perhaps we've heard too much about Science Vale and too little about Garden Town, which admittedly is slightly contradictory that they're both roughly in the same areas. And one is the Garden Town, and the other is all the science stuff. Well, the delivery plan refers to a unique site, that's us, with potential for a new specialist neighbourhood comprising 800 homes and associated green space. So we're determined to try and justify this by having a totally car-free development, except for a little number of shared use electric cars that can just enter and exit as shown on the plan here. And the accompanying travel document, the transport proposals, the important thing there is pages 12 and 13, headed next steps. And that cycling, walking and buses, yes, obviously, but not suitable for everyone. So there are a considerable number of possible means of transport and ways of getting around, and the first efforts to answer the question of what do you do about fires and ambulances and all that sort of stuff, and how do disabled people get around, all these things have been considered, and suggestions have been put, particularly on these 2 pages, which would at least solve these obvious problems. And what it certainly doesn't need is road widening, and indeed I was going to leave this till my re-examination, but I think I'd better bring it in now, Madam. Dear, forgive me a moment if I get her. Right. In his opening speech, Mr. Humphreys, and I quote, was talking about the 4 stages, referring to the 4 stages of Hi-Fi. That's to say, the road widening, Science Bridge, and the final 2 stages. And he said, in his opening speech, they are interdependent. Well, if that's so, Madam, presumably, if you reject the scheme as a whole, then by their own argument, you must tell them that they can't build the first phase, the road widening part of it, the doubling of the existing single carriageway, which is our very worst fear, which leads me on to the next point, the penultimate point.
Sorry, Mr. Mockler, I didn't quite follow that. If we reject the scheme as a whole...
If the scheme as a whole is rejected, what we're really worried about, and now I'm getting a bit confused myself with yes, if we could go back for a moment to my statement of case,
Right.
paragraph 17. What we are particularly concerned about, and might only too easily happen, is that the planners, and indeed councillors of Oxfordshire County Council, will say to themselves, we've spent so much money on ACOM and on getting this whole scheme prepared that we really must have something to show for it. A very human reaction. So let's, even if we have to abandon the rest of the scheme, go ahead with dualling the A4130, so that then at least we can say we haven't wasted all this money that we've spent so far, but achieved nothing at all. This, of course, is very like keeping the London to Birmingham part of HS2, and one imagines the same thought process went on there, as we believe the inspector will appreciate. It would really be the worst of all worlds if Phase A were to go ahead almost as a face-saving device, that's to say the dualling of the carriageway, and the applicants were sooner or later to abandon the rest of the scheme as being too expensive, too difficult, incurring too much opposition, too much time wasting. And unfortunately, one can see that that might happen. And that was the point. If the 4 stages are, as Mr. Humphreys said in his opening remarks, interdependent, then presumably, if you reject the whole scheme, you must reject the road widening part of it, which leads me on to the next point, the penultimate point, which is about these roundabouts they're planning to build. They want to put a great roundabout on our land, which, as far as we can see, is simply for the benefit of the warehouses, etc., between Milton Fields and the Milton interchange. And I think the only reason they want to put it on our land, as opposed to putting it on the neighbouring land, is that we do not yet have planning permission for Milton Fields. We haven't yet applied for it. Whereas the neighbouring warehouse land, May's Properties, does have planning permission. So their motives are extraordinarily suspect. It would certainly be no help to a car-free development. We don't want the roundabout at all, and would indeed take up an acre or two of our land, meaning obviously less houses. In fact, madam, the roundabout idea is so discouraging that we wonder whether we won't abandon the whole Milton Fields project if it goes ahead. This, of course, would mean 800 houses less, completely contrary to what Home England proclaim as their intention. In other words, this scheme would reduce the number of houses available by a considerable number rather than help to have them built, completely contrary to its alleged purpose. Finally, and most importantly, I want to ask whether anyone here knows the history of the site where we are now sitting. Not this building, but the site. No? Well, let me tell you. This land was compulsorily purchased, 185 acres of it, for the RAF depot in 1938, when war was looming. Who did it belong to? Our family. And to be precise, to my great-uncle, Squire Barrett, who was what was then called a gentleman farmer. It broke his heart, and indeed took the heart out of the estate, which was then some 500 acres. But at least it was for an absolutely vital purpose. it may have helped us in a small way to win the war. Clearly, building Hi-Fi is not going to help us with any wars. It is totally unnecessary. And if it does go ahead, I hereby pledge that I will oppose it in every way that I possibly can, even if it means having to spend my last years, months or weeks at Her Majesty's pleasure. Thank you, Madam. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mockler.
Sorry, Her Majesty's pleasure. I should now say His Majesty's pleasure. I haven't yet got used to Prince Charles being King Charles.
Thank you. Mr. Flanagan, are you ready?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Moakler.
Ah, Mr. Flanagan, my old enemy.
Mr. Moakler, I'm just going to ask you a few questions, if I may. Firstly, I think a matter of hopefully common ground. You do not dispute, do you, I think, that the County Council, via Gately Hamer, their land agents, issued heads of terms to you in May 2023, and you did not engage with those proposals to acquire by agreement because of the strong in-principle opposition to the scheme which you've just articulated. Is that correct?
That's correct. If I could just add that we did sit down with the land agents and so on and talk with Mr. Ian Miles of Gately Hamer several times, but the positions were completely incompatible. And I don't think that that a failure to come to an agreement should be blamed particularly on one side or the other.
Thank you. So that's that matter. Separate matter now, which you have discussed in your presentation just now, the Milton Field site. Now, in the statement of case which you just went through, one of the statements you make is that, in your view, the scheme would have, quote, a pretty disastrous effect on the Milton Fields proposal. You've made that very clear. Just a few questions about that, and I'm going to ask you to take back up, please, the master plan, which you were just taking us through. That's the one. So on the front cover, we see it's Milton Fields Master Plan. It's dated September 2023. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll just remind ourselves, obviously, the Hif1 scheme planning application was made in October 2021. This master plan is 2 years or so after the planning application made. Yes?
Yes.
And within that, if we go to it's page 18, if we're working in the hard copies. I think we probably are.
Hang on a moment.
Page 18 and page 19.
Got it.
There's a subheading 2.5, Emerging Concept Master Plan.
Yes.
And we can see what you're proposing there in this emerging master plan. To the north of the site, adjacent to the existing A4130, there is part of the site on which there is no built development. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, because of the drainage systems.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so no, and we can see that runs across the entire northern part of the site. adjoining the A4130. There is no built development, no buildings. There's maybe some road, there may be some hard stuff.
Well, if you look at the left of that, where it's marked number 13, that's where the electric cars charging point for about 6 electric cars would be.
Yes.
And the only road coming in is the one that comes in at 12 and goes round and out at 14, if you follow me.
Yes. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of...
Sorry, when I say the only road, I mean the only road for motor vehicles, such as, major rubbish collection vans or ambulances or whatever.
So in terms of where the road widening would happen if the A4130 of the Hif scheme went ahead, that is not an area of the site in which you are proposing in this master plan built development in any event, is it?
No, but obviously, what happens to the electric charging points, the little road bringing everything in, and the drainage systems? All that would have to be shifted back and would reduce clearly the number of houses available. So 800 houses would no longer be possible.
Okay. Well, just to explore that then, there's a second document I need to take you to. I don't think you are likely to have it in front of you. It's a core document. Mr. Townsend, helpfully, I think, has got a hard copy, which he can show you. It's core document G.2.2 for the inspector's benefit, which is the Vale of Whitehorse Local Plan, Part 1, Appendices.
Yes.
And we can see from this is the appendices to the adopted local plan, and within that, hopefully it might be the page that Mr. Townsend's given to you already, it's page 27.
Is that the page itself?
Both PDF page and internal
Page
pagination.
27. Oh, yes, here we are.
Mine don't tie, so I've
Yeah.
got the internal.
Yes. And what we've got there is under section 4, South East Vale sub-area, it tells us, top of the page, in addition to the general requirements set out in section 2, development will be required to meet the following infrastructure requirements. And then we've got the site allocation on the left-hand side of the page, northwest of Valley Park, 33 hectares or so. You refer to it as Milton Fields. We can see the red line. And we can see, I think there's a blue area at the top of the page, which is probably the drainage issues that you referred to a moment, within the red line to the north part of the site. And then underneath that, Mr. Moakley, you'll see it says use, at least 800 homes, subject to master planning, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so the allocation is for at least 800, master planning required. And it's then got various, firstly, key objectives, secondly, urban design principles. If you go over to the next page, page 28.
Yes.
On the right-hand side of the page, there's a subheading, access and highways. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the second bullet point under that subheading of access and highways says, provide land for widening of the A4130. See that?
Yes.
Okay, so the development plan has a requirement as part of this allocation that the site provide land for the widening of the A130. That's the position of the statutory development plan, yes?
Yes, among 12 other, among a vast number, in fact, of other points that it requires.
And we know, because we've just looked at it, that the allocation is for at least 800 homes. So the allocation considered that providing land for the widening of the A1430 was compatible with allocating the site for at least 800 homes, because they're in the same part of the plan.
Well, I don't think that's an entirely logical deduction that all this has been examined in such detail that this is compatible with that. I mean, I would argue that it isn't.
You can see what the plan says. In terms of what you're proposing, the car-free element, there is nothing in this allocation that requires it to be a car-free site, is there?
Oh, absolutely not. And I can say I've got a stack of offers from various property companies saying they would like to help develop the site, and offering me vast sums if I would just give them carte blanche. But the car-free development thing is entirely our idea, not the council's idea, not other would-be developers' idea, and we have. You may ask why the master plan was so slow in coming forward, and the answer was I had to find the money to pay for the master plan myself, and these things don't come cheap.
Okay, so I think we can hopefully agree, Mr. Mockler, that the Hif1 scheme is consistent with the allocation for what you refer to as Milton Fields, what the plan calls the Northwest of Valley Park allocation. It's consistent with that allocation, isn't it?
Well, if that's so, I suppose you could argue that all these things on page 28 are consistent with the plan when we haven't discussed this with any of the planners and come to some sort of agreement with them on any of these subjects yet.
Thank you. The other point I need to just take you to within the same document, could you go to page 62, please?
Yeah.
And at page 62, hopefully you will find Appendix E, which is called Land for Safeguarding for Future Transport Scheme Maps. Yes?
Yes.
And on the left-hand side of that page, you will see a plan of the area in question, and you can see a legend which is A4130 Dueling, safeguarded land, and that safeguarded land runs all the way along the north of the Milton Fields site, doesn't it?
Yes.
On the right-hand side, there's what's called land for Backhill Lane Tunnel. You see that?
Yes.
And that safeguards land in the area of the new Backhill proposed roundabout, doesn't it?
When you say in the area, that's in a way the matter for dispute. In the area, I think it should be on the left of that for May's properties, the people who really want it. If it's needed, we don't need it for a car-free development at all. Quite apart from the fact that Backhill Tunnel, we claim the tunnel actually belongs to us from the agreement in 1840 with Great Western Railways.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moakler. Those are the only questions I wanted to ask. I'm going to deal with the other matters you've raised through evidence in chief from Mr. Blanchard in a moment. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, Mr. Mockler, as we discussed, you can go over some points, but before you do, I just want to be really clear about the objection to the compulsory purchase orders. So it's that you're saying that the land's not that the dualling of the road isn't needed, and also that if it was approved, it would impact on your ability to deliver the 800 houses. Is that?
Yes,
correct?
yes, absolutely.
Are there any other points in terms of that you want to make?
Well,
You can make other points, but are there any other objections to the orders itself? I want to be sure I haven't missed anything.
I don't think so. I mean, common sense, if there's the carriageway is double, there's twice the noise, twice the pollution, twice the water runoff. That just seems common sense. And all these traffic modelling and other forecasts are what I gather the inventor of quantum physics calls subject to the uncertainty principle. We just don't know. It's all sort of informed guesswork.
And in terms of the point that you just made in your answer to Mr. Flanagan about Backhill Tunnel,
Yes.
are you satisfied that the documentation for the order's correct? It's identified correct owners. You're not suggesting that you haven't been advised of any notice to acquire any of your land?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
I've not worded that very well. I'm sorry. You say that your family dispute the ownership of the Backhill Tunnel.
Tunnel, yes.
But the compulsory purchase order, you would have been served with notice of the areas that the council wished to acquire.
Yes.
And are you satisfied that all the land they wish to acquire you've been notified of? Is there any land you own that you think you might not have been notified about?
I'm afraid I still don't quite understand. In the sense this safeguarded land, for instance, safeguarding seems a sort of first step to compulsory purchase, as far as I can make out.
No, they are different processes.
Oh, they are.
Yes.
But it doesn't include the land on which this proposed roundabout would be, or only, the proposed roundabout would extend far beyond the safeguarded land.
Right. But you've been notified about the land that's required for the roundabout. You're satisfied? You might not agree with it, but you've been notified of that.
Let me think. Yes, must have been.
Thank you. So, have you got some further points you want to make?
If I could just. Sorry, Liz, could you get rid of that one for me? Yes, the dash. What I've done. Yes. There is. This has only just come to our notice. Councillor Richard Webber still is, county councillor and indeed our district councillor around here. And he's just announced in in the monthly letter he sends to all the parish magazines, which Milton Matters is the one here, that he's retiring because of ill health. He was the deputy chair of the Planning Regulation Committee that met on 17th and 18th of July last year, the meeting that voted on his recommendation that planning permission for Hif1 should be refused. He writes that among his failures, frustrations and disappointments has been a failure to persuade colleagues that building new roads such as Hif1 is an old-fashioned solution to increasing gridlock. So he certainly hasn't changed his mind, madam, and he is a prominent member of the ruling Lib Dem party on the Oxfordshire County Council, and has been for many years. That was one point, and I was struck by what Mrs. Bowman of SODC, the planning development manager, I think I'm right in saying, said the other day. She was asked, have you heard anything in the course of this inquiry that has changed your views? And she replied, no, I haven't, which I found almost incredible after all these various arguments on all sides. And I think she was here for almost all of the inquiry. Surely any normal person would at least have modified some of their views as a result of what they've heard. If this is at all typical of council officials, one really shakes one's head in despair. And finally, a little point on the matter of this vast financial hole that the council seems to be digging for itself. Could I quote from one of Mr. Mann's possible relations? I don't know if Mr. Mann is here today. No, possibly not. Simon Mann, the famous mercenary leader, whose trial, incidentally, I attended in Equatorial Guinea. He famously, from Chikurubi prison in Zimbabwe, before he was extradited to the even more appalling Black Beach prison in Malabo, wrote to his wife and friends, "It may be getting out of this hole comes down to a large splodge of wonga. Of course, investors did not think this would happen. Who did? Do they think they can be part of this with only upside potential, no hardship or risk of it going wrong?" Hence the famous description, the wonga coup. Well, it does seem to me that the council is digging itself out of the hole it's in by asking for ever-increasing splodges of wonga, and this is going to go on happening. And who's paying for it? The taxpayer and the ratepayer. And it's likely, as far as I can see, to go on and on, getting worse and worse. And therefore, madam, in conclusion, may I ask you wholeheartedly to reject this application totally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mockler. So it's 11:30, it's a good point for a break. So when we return, who are you going to call? Mr. Blanchard?
Mr. Blanchard, yes.
Mr. Blanchard, thank you.
Madam, can I also just plant this thought, which we don't need to determine now, but as you know, yesterday we have had an email from the representative of Bays Property Trust saying that they are not intending to attend, and we've also, slightly earlier than that, had a letter from Gales Trust, Mays Property Limited and Gales Trust, saying that they are not going to attend. And we need to just think how you would like us to deal with that, because the objections have not formally been withdrawn.
That is one of the matters I was going to address. But I
Yes.
thought we would deal with Mr. Mockler's evidence
Oh, no,
first,
absolutely.
and then
I was just
we'll take a
raising
few
it so
minutes
that, so
to
that we
look
can
at
perhaps think about that
Exactly.
and what would be most helpful to you, frankly.
Okay, so I think if we finish the evidence of those that are present, and then there's a few matters I just want to touch on,
Yes.
and then we might take a break and come back and decide,
Perfect.
reflect on it, and then decide after. Okay, so if we come back at 11:45, okay, thank you everybody. If everyone's ready, we'll resume. Is it Mr. Flanagan or it is?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Blanchard, you've given evidence a number of times already. I won't reintroduce you. Calling you now to give evidence in response to the evidence we've heard this morning from Mr. Mokler and his written evidence. And there's a few matters I'd like to pick up with you. Firstly, to identify where we are in the scheme. The plots are, as Mr. Mokler has indicated, all around the Milton Fields site. Plots, if we want the references, 18A to 18L and 21A and 21B. And they are within the CPA plans at CD H1A.
That's correct.
Now, the inspector asked in the questions and the answers given, Mr. Mokler made clear that he does not accept the need for the scheme, in particular the A4130 widening aspect of the scheme. So from your highways designer's perspective, I'm going to ask you to respond to that. And I'm also going to ask you to respond more widely on what OCC says in response to that objection. I should make clear, and to you, Madam, as well, Mr. Blanchard is a highways designer, but he's here on behalf of OCC, and rather than having to recall lots of other witnesses, I'm going to do it through Mr. Blanchard and ask him to cross-refer so far as necessary. So, firstly, Mr. Blanchard, need for the scheme and this part of the scheme. So, comments on that, please, in response to what we've heard this morning.
Yes, well, during the planning part of the inquiry, Mr. Wisdom gave evidence on the need for the scheme, and in that he identified that the scheme will address 5 key issues, addressing poor existing highway network performance, the under-provision of active travel in the area, improvements in public transport, the need for adequate network resilience and safety, and the delivery of housing and employment growth. So the number of options were considered while developing Hif1, following the TAG, the Transport Analysis Guidance from the DFT. And there's obviously it went through a number of steps, a number of phases. ACOM was only involved from phase 2 onwards from 2019, at which point the long list of options, the 16 options that Mr. Mokler referred to, had been shortened down to a short list of 5 options, and this included a sub-option of the A4130 element of the Hif1, which looked at retaining the existing drainage ditch along the southern side of the A4130, but still providing a dual carriageway.
And as to that sub-option, which now forms part of the scheme, what's the rationale for it?
That we were looking to retain as much of the sort of vegetation in the area, landscaping in the area, to minimise the impact on the environment.
And in highways need terms, obviously it's single carriageway at the moment. The scheme, as pointed out by Mr. Mokler, later in the scheme, the Didcot Science Bridge, the Culham River Crossing, the Clifton Hampton Bypass, that's all single carriageway as well. So why dual carriageway here?
Well, it's required to improve the connectivity, particularly this part of the Hif1 scheme, because there is sort of 8,000 plus houses proposed or built along the A4, this section of the A4130 between Milton Interchange and Didcot Town. Obviously built out the Great Western Park, the Dider Gardens, and then the proposed Valley Park, and then Mr. Moakler's site at Milton Fields. So obviously with those developments, there will be a forecast number of vehicle trips, which, as has been discussed, the forecast numbers of trips will be revised down to reflect the decide and provide approach. The sort of dualling is also required to support the commercial developments as well as part of Hif1, so the employment side of things. So supporting the existing Southmead Industrial Estate and also the new employment sites that will be released effectively by Hif1, as well as the existing waste site, the FCC site, and the aggregate site, Heidelberg, near Appleford. So the modelling has forecast that with those trips associated with those residential and employment developments, this would result in significant queuing along the section of the A4130 if it was to remain as a single carriageway. Sorry,
I was just going to interrupt to see that. Hopefully, to perhaps give a simple reference, which we can see this point about queuing in the absence of Hif1 in this area. Can we take up, please, the transport assessment? I know, Mr. Blanchard, you'll have a copy, I think. Mr. Moakler, so you can follow this. Mr. Townsend has got a copy on a laptop for you. And so this is core document A.7. And I think the page certainly one of the pages we want to look at is, if we go to PDF page 108. And on PDF page 108, there should be a subheading 6.9, impacts at Milton Interchange Junction, off 1, that being off-site junction 1. And Mr. Blanchard, if I just take us through it briefly. So impacts at Milton Interchange. Mr. Townsend, if you could indicate that you're in the, thank you, grateful. This section, few pages. If we go through it at a few pages, we will get to PDF page 113. And on PDF page 113, there is a figure in the middle of the page, figure 6.26, which is called average eastbound PM peak hour speeds. It's the second figure on that page. Yes. And Mr. Blanchard, so you could explain to us what that is showing in the without and with HIF scenarios.
Yeah, so this is the A4130 between Milton Interchange and Didcot, and the graphs are indicating that under the 2034 without HIF, so as in retaining the single carriageway, the speeds, eastbound speeds during the peak hour will drop to an average of 3.4 miles an hour. So significantly increasing the journey time between the interchange and Didcot, as indicated in 6.25 above. So you can see the significant increase in congestion and delay there experienced by vehicles without HIF1. And with HIF1, you can see that while there is a reduction in speed, it's not as significant. And that sort of, I think, reflects the fact that we're not proposing to provide an unlimited capacity highway network through Hif1.
So that's the 14.9 miles an hour that you're
Correct,
looking at?
yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then there's some text under that figure, and the last paragraph of this section is 6.9.9. I'll just read it out. It states that, in summary, Hif enables the A4130 eastbound from Milton Interchange to operate more efficiently, allowing vehicles to travel away from the junction. This reduces blocking back through the junction, enabling it to operate more efficiently, which in turn reduces queuing on the A34 off-slip roads. The effect of this on the A34 is reduced journey times, as shown in the above figures. The greatest impact of the scheme is shown to be in the PM peak. Just pausing there, Mr. Blanchard, reference to the A34 and also the Milton Interchange. Any issues, please, of if in a non-HIF scenario, without the HIF scheme, if speeds were to drop to 3 miles an hour on this section of the A4130, significant queuing congestion, do you understand National Highways to have concerns about the impact on the split roads of the A34?
Yes, they've indicated that, because obviously if there's blocking back on the slip roads and onto the main line of the A34, then that's obviously going to be a safety concern, because you're going to have vehicles going along at 70 miles an hour, then coming suddenly across the back of the queue, as that's blocking back from the A4130.
And can you remind me, on the A34, it's a strategic road rather than motorway.
Yes.
So they don't have the gantries that limit speed. So when that happens on a motorway, you get a sign.
The variable speed limit.
Yeah.
And warning signs. I'm not aware of what facilities there are on the A34, but I don't believe there's a variable speed limit.
And just while we're on this figure 6.26, in 2024, the speed without HIF would appear to be higher than the speed with HIF. Do you know the reason for that?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. So that deals with the, I suppose, modelling position, queuing congestion, and how that justifies the widening. I want to just deal with this specific point that I suppose is put by Mr. Mokler. How can you justify widening here when you're not widening, when you're not dualling elsewhere in the scheme? So, Mr. Blanchard, is it right to say that this part of the scheme simply goes from dual carriageway then to single carriageway?
No, that's not right.
And why not?
So the dual carriageway would end at the roundabout that we've referred to as the old A4130 roundabout, and at this point, the existing A4130 would continue as a single carriageway into Didcot, but under Hif1, a new link road will be provided to the Science Bridge, and not a single carriageway. So effectively, it's a dual carriageway splitting into two single carriageways. And the modelling predicts that around in 2034, around 42% of vehicles travelling along the dual carriageway section would continue into Didcot, towards Didcot, and 58% would take the new road, new single carriageway link road that would access parts of Valley Park, but then more importantly the Science Bridge, and then potentially continue onwards, northwards, to the river crossing and beyond.
Thank you. Now, there's some other more general points made by Mr. Mokler about funding. I'm not going to ask you about those. Mr. Mann's obviously given evidence on that, on which we rely. In terms of other points raised by Mr. Mokler, impacts on the allocated site, and also raised by his tenant, Mr. Page, the new farm site. So perhaps dealing with Mr. Mokler's site first, Milton Fields. Comments, please, on the allegation that the scheme would have a adverse, indeed, Mr. Mokler says, disastrous effect on that site in highways terms.
So under Hif1, obviously we are proposing the Backhill roundabout, which would provide sort of quality, safe provision into the Milton Fields site, providing walking and cycling facilities alongside a vehicle road that, you know, even with sort of car-free development, would still require vehicle access. And this location of the Backhill roundabout roughly aligns with that shown in the Milton Fields master plan. It's important to note that OCC as Highway Authority looking to sort of limit the number of junctions, accesses along the A4130, and it's important to note that the proposals under the Milton Fields master plan show a junction that would be very close to the approved junction as part of the Maze site, which would raise safety concerns and capacity concerns. And I believe that there was some discussion as part of the Vale of Whitehall's local plan that there could be a combined access into the Maze, Minscombe and Mokler sites. And that's what the Backhill roundabout proposes to do. Obviously it's been mentioned that the Backhill roundabout does take up a corner of the Milton Fields site. It doesn't significantly conflict with the master plan, but as it has been pointed out, the northern strip of the site is unsuitable for development anyway because it's the drainage and the flood zone issues.
Good, thank you. I then want to ask about some of the environmental points raised, and perhaps we could try and deal with the new farm and Milton Fields sites at the same time. So, Mr. Blanchard, you gave some evidence last week in respect of new farm. See, Mr. Page has attended again today and reiterated some of those concerns. The new farm buildings are within surrounded by the Milton Fields site. So perhaps I could ask you to the extent that Mr. Mokler's objection raises concerns about, for instance, noise impacts from the road on the Milton Fields site, perhaps you could address those and at the same time respond to anything from Mr. Page on noise and amenity issues arising from the new road.
Yes, well, as I mentioned in my evidence, a couple of weeks ago, under the environmental statement, the new farm was one of the selected receptors for construction assessment, receptor R3, and this was the results of that were covered in the noise results, and it identified that it was unavoidable, some daytime significant construction noise for a period of approximately 4 months, but this would be far from continuous as a result of site clearance works, earthworks, drainage and roadworks, and constructing the new road, new infrastructure. There would also be potentially some tie-in works that would occur out of hours, but duration would be expected to be possibly up to sort of 2 months, but short during the evenings and nighttime works, and well below the DMRB criteria of 10 or more working days in a 15 consecutive days period. And in terms of operationally, the noise evidence showed that there would be no significant effect, reported no significant effect as a result of Hif1, the operations in Hif1. So in terms of mitigating the impacts of the construction work, then a construction environmental management plan would be prepared by the contractor, including a noise and vibration management plan that would seek to set out the best practical means to undertake the works through a choice of working methods and plant selection, the hours to be worked, and potentially specific localised mitigation measures such as hoardings around equipment in specific locations.
Thank you. And that's a helpful summary. Perhaps you mentioned that being in the ES. Could you just perhaps give us the references? I don't ask you to go to them, just so that we can find that chapter and verse on those matters if needed.
Yes, that's in core document C1, Annex 4, and the new farm is discussed in paragraphs 10.10.5. And there's some helpful figures, 10.5 and 10.6, which show the impact, the areas that are impacted by the construction work, whether it's sort of negligible, minimal, or significant noise impacts.
Good. So that's noise. Safety next. Again, let's try and deal with both New Farm and Milton Fields at the same time. Obviously, concerns raised by Mr. Page in two respects, really. One respect was the safety of the existing footpath, shared use footpath. I think you can cycle down it as well, along the A4130. And then also safety concerns raised by Mr. Page about, once the HIF scheme's built, turning in across lanes of traffic to New Farm. So could you respond to both of those matters, please?
Yes, well, I mean, we've already discussed how poor the facility is at the moment along the A4130. It's just sort of a 2.5 metre shared use path there that's not segregated, not separated from the motor vehicles and the large trucks that Mr. Page mentioned. So under the HIF1's proposals, the walking and cycling provision is doubled in width and segregated. So there'll be a space for walking and a separate space for cycling, and these would be separated from the road by at least 5 metres through a sort of a drainage and landscaping strip. So kind of addressing that. I think Mr. Page's concern about his children being very close to the passing trucks. And in terms of turning into New Farm, then under the Hif1 proposals, I think he was concerned about turning across opposing traffic. Then the access into New Farm would be proposed to be a left in, left out arrangement. So it wouldn't be possible to turn right into the access. So the any vehicles.
Just pausing there, Mr. Blanchard. I'm looking at the general arrangement plan. I wonder if it might be useful just to turn that up to explain this point you're making. It's the first sheet. Of the general arrangement plans, which we have at core document D01. And I think the private access to New Farm is at the far east of that drawing. And we can see the new road. And obviously there is a, you'll be able to tell me what it is, but there's some kind of buffer between the eastbound and westbound carriageways so that you can't turn across them, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And then, so in terms of the left in, left out, you just continue making that point that you were making.
Yes, so any vehicles approaching from the Back Hill roundabout wanting to access New Farm would travel eastbound along the A430 and continue on to, page 2, to the planned Valley Park Western access, which obviously is now partially built. At which point vehicles would be able to U-turn and then travel back westbound and then turn left into the New Farm access. But as I explained, I think under my previous evidence in chief, it is proposed that the main vehicular access to the Milton Fields site is to be from Back Hill roundabout. And that aligns with the Milton Fields master plan, which shows the current New Farm access being a emergency access only.
And the reason that in advance of Milton Fields that we've got this separate access, that's because there's no highway linking the Back Hill roundabout.
Correct. Yes.
To that site.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Page also made a point about the convenience of if he wanted to leave New Farm and go west and then potentially north to Sutton Courtenay, Milton, through the Back Hill Tunnel. Looking at that sheet, one of the general arrangement plans, how would that be possible on foot or by bicycle under the scheme?
Yes, so they would use the that private access to where it meets the new proposals, the new footway and cycleway along the southern side of the dual carriageway, at which point then they would travel west to a new proposed toucan crossing over the eastern arm of Back Hill roundabout, where they would cross, continue round the northern side of Back Hill roundabout to access Back Hill Tunnel. So in all areas that there's separation from the motor vehicles and those walking and cycling, obviously apart from where they're crossing the road.
And at the present time, if you wanted to go from New Farm through the Back Hill Tunnel, what crossing provision is there?
There's a toucan crossing just to the west of Back Hill Tunnel. So where we're showing a toucan crossing to the west of the tunnel, there's an existing,
There's an existing.
Ducan crossing there over the single carriageway,
Thank you.
A4130 at the moment. Yeah, it's a very minor saving, but yeah, you wouldn't have to come back on yourself for that 30 or 40 metres.
Any unresolvable road safety issues raised by the road safety audit in respect of that proposed access to New Farm, or indeed backhill roundabout to the Milton Fields site?
No, nothing related to those was raised in the road safety audit.
And final question on this, this proposed speed at this location of the A413, are you able to help us with that?
Yes, so for the dual carriageway, it's proposed to be 40 miles an hour.
And is that the speed of the road at the moment?
No, it's so when we designed the road, designed Hif1, the existing speed limit on the road was 60 miles an hour. However, since that time, the speed limit has been dropped to 30 miles an hour. And I think that was referred to by Mr. Page that, yeah, the lorries was speeding in excess of the 30 miles an hour along this section. I'm unclear whether that's a permanent or a temporary speed reduction. I believe it's associated with the Valley Park development that's been constructed, that access has been constructed to the east of New Farm.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Just think there's anything further on that. Yes, just perhaps one final point, Mr. Blanchard. Again, you may need to be cross-referring to other people's evidence here, but the suggestion, obviously, by Mr. Mokler is that he would prefer Milton Fields site to be car-free, essentially, with some limited shared, some limited car sharing or something of that sort. What's your understanding of the council's position in terms of the allocation? Whether car-free is achievable at this location, and so forth?
Well, I believe that Mr. Wisdom, in his proof of evidence, sort of raised concerns about the potential for car-free development of 800 homes in this location, given that it is a significant distance from the nearest railway station, Didcot Parkway. And the fact that obviously walking and cycling facilities currently are very poor, so that would be a kind of a deterrent for those walking and cycling, and that there isn't a sort of bus provision along A4130 at the moment, although there is through the backhill tunnel in Wilton Park.
And leaving aside Mr. Mokler's aspirations for car-free development on his site, what's your understanding about whether the large sites in the vicinity, for instance, the Valley Park, 4,000 homes or so, the other housing and employment sites in the locality, are they car-free or not, Mr. Blanchard, to your knowledge?
They are not.
No. Good. Mr. Blanchard, thank you. Unless I've missed anything, those are my questions.
Mr. Mokler, do you want to cross-examine Mr. Blanchard?
Sorry, I'm afraid, probably my fault. I could hardly hear what Mr. Blanchard was saying, so I don't think I've got any.
He gave answers about the access to the site and the farm, new farm, and he gave answers in terms of the dualling of the road, explained why he felt that was necessary. And then we've looked at the pedestrian route to Back Hill Tunnel, and safety issues and speed issues. So I don't know if you've got anything there that you wish to ask him about.
I don't think so. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for to be.
Thank you.
Well, you know, we've already had everyone. No,
That's your final.
my friend was just suggesting asking him about air pollution, but we've already had so many discussions about air pollution and so on, I think.
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Blanchard.
Madam, before you move on, can I just mention I'm not proposing to call Mr. Moon to respond to Mr. Mokler's objection, because Mr. Mokler helpfully agreed to me there's no dispute between us about negotiation and those matters at all, as I understand. Obviously, Mr. Moon is here if you would like to hear him on Mr. Mokler's objection, but from my point of view, I don't think it's necessary. So unless I'm told otherwise, I'm not going to call him to give evidence in response, and I rely on his written evidence.
I'm quite happy to rely on his written evidence. Thank you. So you're proposing any other witnesses?
No further witnesses on this objection, no.
Thank you. So then that takes us back to the earlier matters. So I think the first thing, we've had the closing submissions from Thames Water and RWE in terms of the evidence to the audit inquiry, and I think they're on the website. They've certainly been circulated if they're not quite yet on the website. I think we're still waiting a plan from RWE indicating the different access points from their evidence. They were going to annotate a plan for me. Okay. I'll come back to May's and Gales in a moment. We've also added, or will be adding, it's been circulated, Mr. Butler, is he Vale of Whitehorse? I can't remember which authority he was. He is Vale of Whitehorse. Yes. I think he's submitted comments from our conditions section. When I asked about contaminated land, he's put a response from I think it's an environmental health officer. I don't know if it's a dedicated contaminated land officer, but explaining what's required and why. I think that's been circulated.
It has.
Are there any further comments on that, or just take it as...
No, not that I'm aware. On conditions... I'm going to move. Well, there is a new condition schedule from us.
I'll come to that in a moment. So what I've suggested to the programme officer, because there was a comment in an email and then a comment in the condition schedule, that we just combine that into one document and put that on the website. Mr. Templer, Mr. Hancock, I don't know if you've seen it yet, but I think from memory it's condition 15 about the investigation. So yes, I have seen it, Madam. Yeah. Have you got... Right. Any further comments on it? No? Thank you. So there is a condition schedule, which was another request. Has that been passed to the programme officer yet?
It has. And if I can just mention one matter, or highlight one matter on that, which relates to evidence last week about, or the week before, about RWE's concerns, and that OCC felt that they were addressed. They're addressed by various means, but one additional means which could address them is a condition, a planning condition, requiring those RWE matters, access, drainage, and so forth, to be specifically factored into the construction phasing and construction management plan. The OCC drafted a condition to that effect last week. and sent it to Mr. Trigg on behalf of RWE, I think on Tuesday. That condition is in the new schedule. It's part of condition 3, which relates to the construction management plan, and it's got various bullet points about maintaining access and so forth. Can I just flag that in RWE's closing submissions, which were provided as scheduled on Friday evening, there's a reference in there to no such condition having yet been drafted. It's unclear to us why that's the case, because it was circulated to RWE, but in any event, having seen that, we've now resent it to them and sort of asked for any comments. Mr. Perriam, on behalf of the LPA, has commented on that condition, doesn't object in principle, but has got some comments on it, and those comments are in the schedule. So the position will be, which we'll set out in closing tomorrow, is that we suggest that condition is imposed as a belt and braces response to RWE's objection, and obviously if RWE communicate any comments on that to us, we'll pass them to you.
Thank you. I've also noted from reading the evidence that I've got your, I can't remember which document it's in, where you've set out your statement of reasons, where you've set out the land to be temporarily acquired and permanently acquired, and I can work with that. But I have noticed RWE and Thames Water had landowner plans, which I don't think they're on the scheme, where the temporary land is coloured green, isn't on there. I'm happy to work with what I've got. Do you think I need the landowner plans for anything?
No, our current view is not, I think. They're not formal scheme plans, nor are they CPO or SRO plans. To the extent that some plots are only temporarily required, the evidence from OCC explains that essentially. Yeah. Sorry, and Mr. Humphreys, yes, and the text in the statement of reasons explains that as well.
Thank you. Just before we come on to looking at how we address Mays and Gales, there was a judgment issued last Friday. I'm not sure if you've seen it, from in relation to Friends of the Earth, Client Earth and Good Law, from Justice Sheldon. Yeah. From my reading of it and my understanding of the evidence that I've heard, it has no implications for the emissions from the scheme. And it seems to me to be that the main effect of your scheme comes within the 4th carbon budget, and maybe because it's the time frame's changed a little bit, there may be some impact on the 5th, but mainly on the 4th, and that the impact on the 6th budget is either neutral or beneficial. And I'm not sure if you've looked at the judgment, but it's mainly the 6th budget that the concerns about, Mr. Humphreys.
Yes, Madam, I did look at it when it came out, although it's fair to say I haven't studied it in detail. I didn't form the view that it had any effect on what is before you. This is more to do with the evidence base for government's plans as to how it's going to comply with future carbon budgets. But as you rightly point out, you have the evidence before you about the effects of this scheme in both terms of embodied carbon and operational carbon, and I don't believe that the judgment makes any difference to that.
That was my view on it, but I thought it was sensible to raise it while everyone's here.
No, absolutely right.
Mr. Tamplin, Mr. Hancock, have you seen it? Have you any further comments in relation to it?
Yes, madam, I have seen it and I have read it. At this stage, I don't see any point in, if you like, saying anything positive or clear about it, because I think I need to reflect on it and what this scheme is doing in the wider world. So I can't reserve my position because we're going to be closing tomorrow, and I think anything from that is going to have to go beyond this inquiry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Templin. So I think now we're down to how we address the evidence from Mays and W.E. Gale. Do you have a proposition, Mr. Humphreys?
Madam, I'll make a suggestion, but I'm very open, obviously, to whatever is going to be most convenient to you. It seems to me that there are two things that we need to think about. One is what we do today, and the second is what we do in the context where technically there are still live objections to the orders, and that therefore requires you to report on the objections, but that we anticipate that, you know, if not this week, certainly in the next few days, both objections will be withdrawn, and therefore not needlessly causing you to have to write a report on objections which have in fact been withdrawn, but those withdrawals sent directly to the Secretary of State. So on the first of these, obviously you have the evidence, the written evidence of both, on behalf of both Mays Property Limited, MPL, and Gale Trust, and you have our evidence in response. And to that extent, we rely on our evidence just as they rely on their evidence. I can also outline to you the nature of the intended agreements. I do so at reasonably high level, if that would be helpful. Thirdly, however, though, it may be, because you do not currently have withdrawals, helpful for you to hear, certainly from Mr. Blanchard, on why we need the particular plots of land for the scheme. Possibly, but I suspect there's not a need for you to hear from Mr. Moon as well, but I'm very happy to introduce him and get him briefly to explain what has happened in both cases, so that you can ask any questions of clarification that you may want. In both cases, obviously, you know, I have a balancing act in that, on the one hand, there hasn't been a withdrawal of the objection, and therefore I have to present our case. But on the other hand, you know, I want to do so in a way that reflects the facts that the parties have worked together and do anticipate resolution very shortly. So I think the proposal there is that perhaps I just briefly outline what's happened on each scheme, and then we would call certainly Mr. Blanchard, possibly Mr. Moon, just to outline need and where we've got to. The second point that I raised earlier is a slightly different point, however, and that is obviously that if the inquiry closes tomorrow, as we all expect it to do, any withdrawal of objection would technically be after you've closed the inquiry and would have to go directly to the Secretary of State. And that would, it would seem to me, leave you with the rather unfortunate position of having to report on something that actually had been withdrawn within 2 or 3 days. And therefore, and here I'm not going to suggest a proposal at the moment, but suggest that we might discuss this towards the end. It seems to me that just as sometimes at inquiries, planning inquiries, Section 106 agreements are submitted after for all intents and purposes, the close of the inquiry, what we might want to consider is some mechanism under which, within a reasonable time, you can be told, look, this objection has been withdrawn, and therefore you don't need to report on it anymore. Now, that's kind of up for discussion, and perhaps we might just touch on it a little bit later after we've heard any evidence, but perhaps give you a chance to sort of think about that and what might be acceptable to you.
Thank you.
Adam, in that context, would you like me to call firstly Mr. Blanchard in relation to May's properties, just to run through things after I've explained where we've got to with May's properties, and then possibly Mr. Moon, and then ditto with Gale Trust. So what I'll do first in relation to May's properties is just outline where we've got to. So you had yesterday, or at least Ms. Vincent had yesterday at 4:42 an email from Mr. Church on behalf of May's Properties Limited, setting out the position that May's Property Limited, MPL, has agreed, subject to obligations on the part of the council in an agreement between the parties, not to build its permitted T-junction, which we can look at in due course, and that this would enable the Hif1 scheme to be constructed, and in particular the southwestern arm of the back hill roundabout. And the terms of this agreement, it's called an option agreement because it is an option for the county council to take a license to occupy plot 1/6A, that's the temporary land, that we have an option to take a license for construction purposes over that land. The triangle of land 1/6B would be compulsorily acquired under the order, and I can say that there is no, however, modification to the order. So the order does not change in this case. It's simply that if we exercise the option agreement, obviously there's no need for us then to compulsorily acquire plot 1/6A, the temporary land. The option agreement, or the agreement, has various other provisions relating to the access from the southwest arm of the back hill roundabout into the Maze property site. And it's probably best there if I go through some of that with Mr. Blanchard by reference to Mr. Roberts's appendices where he has various plans. But in short, the current access from the southwest arm of the back hill roundabout links in with the roadside services scheme as shown in Mr. Gareth Roberts' Appendix A. But it does not link in, or is not in the right place to link in with the supermarket scheme, either the one for which I think they now have planning permission at Appendix C, which links into their T-junction, and is also not consistent with their scheme which has not been permitted at Appendix D. We can have a look at that. But in this agreement, we've undertaken to pursue a separate planning permission for an access in to the Maze site that is consistent with their supermarket scheme. If for any reason we're not able to get planning permission, then they have the ability to apply for permission, and there are various other provisions relating to that. But the point of the scheme is that the Hif1 as built will be consistent with their development proposals. There was a proposal, Madam, for a condition that is no longer necessary because of the agreement. So, as I say, no modification, no planning condition, but there is this agreement in the background, and it's hoped that that will be signed very shortly, and that will allow the objection then to be withdrawn.
What would be the implications in terms of the existing planning permissions?
The existing planning permission, the Hif1 planning permission, we would ask that it is granted as shown. There's no need to amend it. But clearly, if we get planning permission to have a site access into the MPL site itself in a slightly different location, I mean, it's literally, meters from where the current one is, then clearly we would develop that one rather than the one as shown on the plans. If, for whatever reason, the scheme which MPL or Mr. Roberts shows at his Appendix D were not granted planning permission, then we would provide the access as shown. In other words, if they don't require it in the location, a revised location, we would provide it as shown. But the intention is that the parties work together so that our scheme links in with whatever is ultimately granted planning permission on the MPL site.
Okay.
So what I was intending to do now is just call Mr. Blanchard. I know it's sort of slightly odd where there is no witness from the objector, but just to explain to you a little bit about background, particularly in relation to plots 16B and 16A, and then through Mr. Blanchard, I can just take you to those plans so that you have reference to the necessary plans.
Thank you, that would be helpful.
Mr. Blanchard, can I just get you? And Mr. Blanchard, if we go into your proof of evidence, again, madam, I won't reintroduce Mr. Blanchard for obvious reasons, but if we go to your proof, you deal with May's properties at paragraphs 3.31 to 3.35. And at paragraph 3.34, can I get you to go there? You have two figures, the left hand of which is adapted from the order plans and the right hand of which is an extract from the general arrangement plans. So looking at figure 20, can you just identify the maze plots for the inspector? So the triangle, which is 6.1b, madam, they're fairly small to see, but I can imagine that you are familiar with the plots anyway. So there's the triangular one that is in pink.
Yep.
And then the blue one. So firstly, the triangular one in pink, so 1/6B, what is that required for? So the pink one.
Right, so that's required for the realignment of the A4130 on the exit from the proposed backhill roundabout. So effectively, at this point, the A4130 from Milton Interchange to this point is a dual carriageway, and then it narrows to a single carriageway. The 16B would be required to continue that dual carriageway, so dual the single carriageway. And it's shaped as it is because it's to provide an exit from a westbound exit from the proposed backhill roundabout. And it also obviously provides for walking and cycling facilities south of the road.
And then let's come on to plot 1/6A, which in figure 20 is shown blue just to identify it. Obviously it's pink on the actual order plans, and the inspector will be familiar that under the Highways Act, Oxfordshire County Council does not have the ability to acquire land temporarily, unlike a development consent order, so it has to be acquisition of freehold. But just explain what the plot 1/6A, the blue land, what that is required for.
Well, that's the temporary strip of land effectively required for working space in order to construct the dualling of the A4130.
And you touch on this in your 3.32 and 3.33. Perhaps just explain some of those points and why you, and 3.34, why you need that.
Yes, well,
that strip.
Right. So there's a slight level difference there between the proposed road and the surrounding land in 16A. So there'll be sort of requirement for a sort of working area to reprofile the ground location. It can also be used as a haul route that's offline from the existing A4130, so minimising the impact to the current operation of 4130. And additionally, it could provide a temporary pedestrian and cycle route, keeping them separated from construction traffic.
And I want to take you now to a slightly different point. Can you have to hand Mr. Church's proof of evidence?
Yes.
And in that, turn to PDF page and actual page 17.
Yes.
And there's a paragraph 8.2, and below the second bullet point, there's a plan which I'm just going to get you to discuss, but the bullet points say communication between OCC and MPL's highway engineers dating back to January 2020 demonstrates OCC's knowledge of the need to agree the concept of a sacrosanct line. And so we can see that obviously discussion was going on in detail from quite early. So can you just explain to the inspector, by reference to that plan, what the sacrosanct line, the so-called sacrosanct line, is, and has the Hif1 scheme respected the sacrosanct line?
Yes, well, the sort of Maze Property Limited had already some proposals for their plot of land. As you can see in the image, that those three buildings are three proposed restaurants along the frontage of A4130. And so in coordination with the Hif1 planners, it was identified that that in order to deliver Hif1 and allow the maze development to go ahead, there needed to be sort of some agreement in terms of where that boundary should fall. And so that's effectively the bottom of the red lines, which is actually the boundary between the 16A and 16B. And that's what's called the sacrosanct line, where the OCC agreed not to propose any permanent highway works south of that line, and Maze Property Limited agreed not to propose any development works north of that line.
Thank you. That's helpful, and we can see, looking at the plan, that the plot 1/6B is in effect north of the sacrosanct line. That's
yes. Yes, it respects that.
it respects the sacrosanct line. I just want to move on slightly now back to your proof, and from paragraph 3.35, you deal with a point that I touched on earlier about access into the maze land, and you have two figures, figure 22 and figure 23. So could you first just, and we can see where they come from. So figure 22 is from the side rows order sheet 1 CDH4, and it shows an existing the existing alignment of Backhill Lane to be stopped up. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, from its junction with the A4, existing A4 and 30 to the north.
So that's the road to be stopped up. And figure 23 is the general arrangement plans, the CDD1 series, which we're familiar with. And I'm now going to just ask you about why the access from the southwest arm of the proposed Backhill roundabout, which is shown as private access to maze development, why those two access points are shown in the locations they are. Could you first, so that we can understand this, get out Mr. Roberts, Gareth Roberts' appendices?
Yes, I have those.
And I'll get you to go first to Appendix A, which is PDF page 5. And we can see there a proposal, and Madam, for your note, I'm not going to take Mr. Blanchard to it, but for your note, in Mr. Roberts' proof at paragraph 3.3, he introduces the approved indicative layout at Appendix A, and he tells us this is what's called the roadside services consent, which comprises a hotel, restaurant, or 2 restaurants and 2 drive-throughs with access from the consented T-junction. So what we're looking at there is the consented T-junction and the roadside services permission, and we can see that there are 2 accesses into the site, a main one just north of the orange building, and then a subsidiary services one just south of the building. So in the Hif1 general arrangement plans, how do those accesses into the MPL site relate to this approved scheme?
They align.
They align. And was that something that at the time that the planning application was being devised, was that something that was discussed with May's property?
Yeah, that's correct. We worked with them to align the Hif1 proposals with their development proposals at the time.
Thank you. And then the next plan I'm just going to get you to look at in the same document is at Appendix C, and this is PDF page 10. And, Madam, in Mr. Roberts' proof, the corresponding text that introduces this plan is at his paragraph 3.4, and this is described as the supermarket scheme. This comprises supermarket electric vehicle charging forecourt drive-through with access again taken from the T junction. So we can see on the plan the T junction, and we, instead of the drive-throughs and so on, we now see in orange the supermarket. And what's happened to the access into the site?
Well, it's been relocated to the southern corner of the site, so away from the A4130. And also, there's now only one vehicular access, whereas before there were two.
And that scheme, there had been planning permission. I think we're told by Mr. Roberts that there was planning application minded to grant awaiting completion of section 106. I believe that planning permission has now been granted. Sorry? Yeah, that one has now been granted, I think, literally in the last few days. And if we then go on to, P22, if we go on then to Appendix D, so this is now PDF page 12. Here we have an evolution of that scheme, which is consistent with the Hif1 Backhill roundabout. The relevant parts of Mr. Roberts' proof are paragraph 3.13 and 3.14. And he says here, my client's preferred strategy is the delivery of the Hif1 supermarket scheme, Appendix D. So this is now the preferred scheme. And we can see again this is, I'm not even sure there's a planning application yet on this one. Sorry, made but not determined. On this one, apologise, made but not determined. But again, we can see the access is down in the southeast corner of the maze side. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
You've obviously not been involved in the negotiations or the discussions, but is it your understanding that part of the agreement, or proposed agreement between the County Council and Maze Property Limited relates to arrangements for providing an access from the southwest arm of the Backhill roundabout into their proposed scheme at the southeast corner?
Yes, effectively to make the two schemes compatible.
Thank you. Madam, that sort of just briefly explains the factual background. I wasn't intending to get Mr. Blanchard to go through other things in the context of the intended agreement, but is there anything else you'd like me to take him through?
I just want to clarify. I haven't got the date to hand, but when we were looking at the condition session,
Yes.
there was an application put in about the time the inquiry's opened. Is that the one that's just been determined? No. So, are they set out in Mr. Roberts'?
Yes, outline application for supermarket scheme following the completion of the Section 106 agreement on the 29th of February 2024. Outline planning permission for the supermarket scheme was granted by the local planning authority on the 11th of March 2024. That's the Appendix C scheme to the
That's the C.
T junction.
So A is the one that's already been implemented, is my
A
understanding.
has been implemented.
But and then B was
C-
awaiting the completion of the Section 106. I thought when we did the conditions it had been agreed, but you're saying that B is now agreed.
The one at Appendix C has now been approved on the, what was the date?
C.
Was approved on the 11th of March.
So that would have been approved when we were having the conditions.
Yes, I suspect on that
discussion.
we just simply, frankly, weren't aware. But that was approved on the 11th of March. That's connecting into the already approved T junction. So the Appendix C supermarket scheme is connecting into the T junction.
Great.
And you can see that Appendix D, the Backhill roundabout, the access and the roundabout, and therefore the southwest arm has been moved further to the east, is one of the points that Mr. Mockler was making.
Okay, thank you for that. So the situation we have at present is the scheme's designed on the basis of the
Appendix A.
originally approved scheme.
Yes. Hif1 is planning application is designed on in relation to the roadside services scheme Appendix A.
So it's designed on Appendix A. There's a permission for Appendix C.
There's a permission for Appendix C, but that permission obviously connects into the T junction, doesn't connect into the Backhill roundabout. There's a further application which is unresolved for the supermarket with the Backhill roundabout, Appendix D, but that's undetermined. And so what the County Council's position is that it is not proposing and not prepared to amend the Hif1 planning application at this late stage, but what the agreement provides, the proposed agreement provides, is that there will be a mechanism whereby an additional planning permission can provide access from the southwest arm into the Maze property site at whatever point they get an application for development consistent with the Backhill roundabout.
Thank you. And you've said that you hope the agreement will be completed in the next few days.
That's my understanding. I just there are constantly exchanges of emails. I don't know if there's any update. So I don't know whether you've seen that. So possibly in the next week.
Next week. Okay, so if you can just give me a moment. I've got nothing else to ask on May.
No. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. Now, Madam, as far as Mr. Moon is concerned, his proof of evidence does again specifically respond to the Mays Property Limited objection, and that's at his paragraph 4.33
So if you can just give me a...
to 4.42.
Okay, if you can give me a moment to bring up Mr. Moon's... Sorry, that was paragraph...
4.33 to 4.42, so page 24 and 25.
Okay.
And Mr. Moon identifies, in effect, 6 aspects of the objection, and he then responds to each of those. And we rely on that evidence in the context that agreement has in effect been reached and is now being given legal effect. I'm not convinced that there is any need to call Mr. Moon, but I do just say that we do not accept the criticism that there were insufficient attempts to acquire, and I do draw your attention to Appendix SM 2.7, that's the record of engagement, and it's referred to in paragraph 4.42 of Mr. Moon. If you would like me to call him, I will, so that you can ask any questions that you may have. But I believe I've outlined the nature of the agreement, and as I say, we rely on the written response that we've set out there.
Okay. So if you can bear with me, because I was originally expecting this would be covered in a different manner.
I can, if you like, summarise what he says. So one of the first grounds of objection was that the making of the CPO was premature because there isn't planning permission for Hif1. And at paragraph 4.35, Mr. Moon makes the point that it's not premature because the planning application has now been called in, and they will be determined, the CPO will be determined having regard to the planning application. The second point was related to significant cost shortfall, and of course you now have the update from the County Council in the funding update note from Mr. Mann, which you have as document O-INQ-12. And so we say that that concern has been resolved. The third concern, that there's inadequate attempts made to acquire the land by private treaty, we do not accept that. This is dealt with in Mr. Moon's paragraph 4.37, and as I said, you have the engagement record at Appendix SM 2.7. Points 4 and 5 were no part of the proposed road is intended for plot 1-6A, and 5 was no part of the CPO authorises the taking of land for temporary purposes. 4 I've dealt with in effect through Mr. Blanchard's evidence. Objection point 5 is simply a misunderstanding of the legislation. We have no power to acquire land on a temporary basis. We have to acquire freehold and then, where it's surplus to requirements, either offer it back under Critchell Down or through some private agreement. And in this case, we've entered into an option agreement, so that is resolved. 6 was the proposed stopping up of Backhill Lane will remove the existing rights of access to MPL's land, and I've dealt with that again with Mr. Blanchard to explain what the access proposals are. And again, this is dealt with in the proposed agreement, and that's dealt with in Mr. Moon's paragraph 4.40. So as I've said, I'm happy to tender him as a witness if you had any further questions.
No, I don't. I think that's probably covered.
Thank you, Madam. Then that is our evidence in relation to the Mays property limited objection, and we will obviously update you with any further news we get on the timing of the agreement. But what I've told you already is what I know at the moment. Madam, would you be happy now to move on to deal with Gale Trust? Or would you like to stop now, I think?
I'm quite happy to keep going if everyone else is, but if you want a break, we could have a shorter lunch break.
I'm perfectly happy to go on, as long as everyone else is.
Is everybody else happy to keep going for the moment?
I think happy may not be the word, but
Right.
but completely prepared to do so. So, Madam, I'll explain first of all where we have got to with this objection. So this is Gale Trust. You had a letter from yesterday's date from ex-cello law in relation to this. The letter actually very helpfully summarises the position in relation to the various plots, and this is another landowner where part of the land is required permanently for the scheme and part is required temporarily to facilitate scheme delivery, and the part that's required temporarily is plots 6/3D and 7/1A. And again, there is an agreement that is proposed that will give the County Council the rights it requires to deliver the scheme. This particular proposal would require a modification to the CPO to remove that part of the trustee's land that's required on a temporary basis, so plots 6/3D and 7/1A. But once the agreement is in place and the modification has been put before either yourself or the Secretary of State, then the objection will be withdrawn. Again, the negotiations on this, and indeed the working up of the documentation, is very advanced as I understand it. The letter says it's anticipated that it may be possible to present these modifications prior to the close of the inquiry should legal completion of the property documentation take place. Again, if I just look to my right, I don't know if there's any further update on this. A week, yeah. So I think the reality of finalising documentation, preparing modification, schedule and plans and everything else means that it would be best to assume that it could take a week, despite best efforts. The letter says that should it not be possible to do this prior to close of the inquiry, the modifications can be presented directly to the Secretary of State. That is why I raised the point previously about whether we can come up with a mechanism that would allow you not to have to report on this objection as having a status that it has not been withdrawn. But the trustees nevertheless have made it clear that they too do not feel it necessary to appear to give evidence at the inquiry, and ask you to report to the Secretary of State in these terms. In very broad terms, that is that correctly sets out the nature of the agreement. In this case, what is proposed under the agreement is that the County Council will be able to take a lease of the land it requires for construction of the Hif1 scheme. That's plots 6/3D and 7/1A again. And the land would be reinstated at the end of the lease subject to a condition survey. The other part of the land that is permanently required, again, that remains in the order. There is, if for whatever reason the land was acquired and for some reason the scheme did not go ahead, there is a buyback provision, although obviously we do not anticipate that that would ever be necessary. We do anticipate that in respect to the two temporary plots, we will be presenting modification, and therefore it is anticipated that the Gale Trust will be able to remove the objection. In relation to this, Madam, I've outlined, albeit at high level, what the nature of the agreement is and the timescale. Would you like me again to call Mr. Blanchard just to explain what the plots are and why we need the ones that we do need permanently, and what we will be doing on the temporary plots?
I think that would be helpful because that is the point they're making, isn't it? There's particular plots
Yes.
and the impact on their site.
Yes, madam. I'll just ask Mr. Blanchard then to step back into the witness box. And again, Mr. Blanchard, I'm just going to dot around with one or two plans and things. Can we start by just identifying what are in effect three areas of land? So first, do you have Mr. Dimmont's appendices, or could you just download them? I'm sorry, I'm sort of slightly using you to take the inspector to various plans. Apologies.
Yeah, got that.
So, on the
And
I've got
appendix.
3 different sections. Which appendices?
It's appendix ND1. I've got it in document OBJ/-27, page 2.
Okay. I've got that.
So we there have outlined with a red line a plan showing the whole of the Gale Trust landholding in this location. I think they do own land elsewhere, but the whole of the landholding here. And we need to see this in order to understand what are in fact 3 areas of land that are referred to by the Gale Trust witnesses. So the second plan, seeing where that goes, can we then go to a plan which is core document P.01?
What plan is that?
It's a plan that shows the various plots with colouring. And it shows the temporary plots in green. It was a plan in a P series of documents, CDP series, that were all produced by Gale Trust.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the reference. It's E, did you say?
P.
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 Sorry.
So that series of documents are all P. And if you go to P.01,
Okay.
we can see a plan with some pink and some green. You can see in the top right-hand corner the north sign, so it's not orientated to the north, but the pink plots shown there, are those the ones that are permanently required for the Hif1 scheme?
That's correct.
And I'll get you to describe why they're required in a minute. The green plots, are those the 2 plots that we've been discussing, 6-3D and 7-1A?
That's correct.
And are those the ones that are required temporarily?
That's right.
And the Gale Trust proofs of evidence also refer to the retained land. And is the retained land the balance of that larger plot of land that we looked at in the last plan, which is to the north of the Greenland, well, to the north and slightly to the west, where there's that sort of cut down the side of the Greenland. But is that what they refer to as the retained land?
That's right, yes, that's the rest of the land. Yeah.
Okay, so in relation to that, what is the Greenland, the temporary land, required for?
So the requirement for that was really as a result of engaging with the doing early contractor involvement, where we engaged with an experienced contractor about how the scheme could be constructed, and they had identified that there would need to be some construction compounds, and this was one of the locations that was identified as being suitable for that activity. So that typically would include a site office area, welfare facilities, stores, car parking staff, material laydown, staging area, and material storage and spoil.
And one of the points that's raised by the Gale Trust witnesses is the ability to retain access from the A4130 in this location to its retained land, i.e. the land to the north of the Greenland. Can you just explain the position in relation to that?
Yes, well, there's currently a agricultural access to the eastern side of the Gales land, and so it's envisaged that there will be granted a temporary right of access through the Greenland.
Sorry, where's the access at the moment?
It's approximately where the it's identified as 6.3 E.
Sorry, 6.3. Didn't quite
E.
hear. E. Thank you. Oh, right. So that's shown as pink on this.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
So there will be some right of access across the Greenland to the retained land, the white land to the north.
And Mr. Blanchard, Madam, I hope you'll forgive me of dealing with it in this way. There is a proposed planning condition in the conditions document, condition number 3, which is on the construction environment management plan, which is on page 6 of document CDQ1, and on page 7 of that document, one of the things that the CEMP has to identify for all sites is the last of a series of bullet points on construction activity is details of how continuous access would be provided to third-party land and development where existing access arrangements are affected. And you've described, Mr. Blanchard, how access would be provided. There's one further point I want you to look at, if you will, please. there's a document, again, produced by Gale Trust called CDP, again, 0.03. Get that one.
Sorry, is that the transport hub?
Yes, the transport report, the hub transport report.
Okay.
And this introduces something that is referred to in the Gale Trust evidence, again, just so that the inspector understands what it is. If you turn in that to PDF page 6, you'll see there's paragraph 3.1. Do you see it?
Yes.
And that says the proposed site access junction is shown on in the drawing 538.001. Takes the form of a ghost island, and one of the things that was requested was that the Hif1 scheme be amended to provide that type of access. If we turn in that same document to PDF page 20, we can see the plan that's referred to there, that also appears in the Gale Trust proofs. And we know that the planning application has not been amended to provide that type of access. Can you just explain why that is and why it is not appropriate to provide this type of access with a ghost island right turn lane in this location?
Well, as I understand it, the existing access is an agricultural field access, and the proposals under Hif1 were to replace that like for like. This layout with the right to Ghost Island, is a significant change from that. And as I understand it, there's no planning application or development within the Ghost Island at this time.
Again, it may not be for you, but it's a matter of record. There's no, the Gale Trust land is not allocated for development in the
I don't believe
plan. There's no planning permission for development on it, is there?
Not at this time.
There's no planning application on it, on any part of it. So it's agricultural land, and in those circumstances that it's agricultural land, is the proposed agricultural access appropriate?
I believe so, yes.
Mr. Blanchard, is there anything else that you want to add? I think we've covered all the points.
No.
Madam, again, if there's anything you'd like to clarify, very happy to assist.
Thank you. So it's not allocated and there's no permissions, right?
This is agricultural land. It's you can see from the Gale Trust evidence, they clearly have aspirations for this land, but it's you know, it is not a site with any sort of allocation, any sort of planning permission. There's no application, and obviously you don't have Vale of Whitehorse local district council before you to you know give their view on its potential. You know, it would be our submission that it's not obviously a matter for you to determine the development potential for this site. It's agricultural land. Could that change in the future? Possibly, but it hasn't at the moment.
So the proposed access is the one on that plot that we've seen?
Yes, madam. It's in fact on the very first plan I took you to, the land registry plan, when you look at the boundary of the Gale Trust land with the A4130, you can see a sort of slight notch in the straight line. That's where the existing little agricultural access is.
So they comment that somebody is interested in buying the land, but not without the retained land and the green land, and obviously without the agreement, the green land is acquired and would need to be offered back.
Yeah.
And I think.
And the proposal under the agreement is that we would take a lease of the.
That's the agreement. I mean, I don't know what the level of certainty about the agreement is.
I think we're very confident that the agreement is going to happen, absent an agreement, though we've made clear in our evidence that once we have finished using the land, the green land for construction, and it's surplus to requirements, it would be subject to the normal Critchell Down rules, and it would be
and they actually comment on that, don't they?
Yes, they don't think that is adequate, but you know that is the government policy that applies to these things and applies to local authorities. As I say, the parties, you know, have worked very hard to reach agreement so that gives comfort to Gale Trust on this particular point. But your point was absent agreement, what would happen, and absent agreement, that is what would happen.
Okay. I think then, having just sort of skimmed through there and the points that I wanted, let me just double check. I think that's adequate. But what seems to me to be sensible is to build in a time frame to allow these agreements to be completed and the objections withdrawn.
Madam, I absolutely agree with that, and perhaps one of the things we will do over the adjournment is just see if we can, you know, get any greater certainty. As I said at the outset, I'm just keen that we don't burden you with having to write up an objection that within days of the inquiry closing it becomes unnecessary, but you nevertheless still have to write up the objection. I should just say, for completeness sake, I don't think I need to call Mr. Moon, but I'm happy to tender him as a witness if you did want to ask him questions. But he deals with this objection at his paragraph 4.211 through to 4.228.
Okay.
And obviously we rely on...
I'm fine to
that.
rely on Mr. Moon's evidence.
Thank
so, do you have a? You're going to assess when it's likely to be completed over the adjournment? Or?
I think we'll try to. I suspect, Madam, I'm not going to be able to tell you anything more than I've already told you. It may be that representatives of both MPL and Gale Trust are watching on the live stream, and as a result of the exchanges we've had, they're able to say something slightly more, but I have no further information on that.
Okay.
I mean, absent anything further, my suggestion would be that any update and/or withdrawal of objection has to be with you by the end of next week. So, 5 o'clock on Friday next week.
That's the date I was contemplating, 17th. I'm just, when these things go on, other things happen and
Madam,
other documents change.
You're absolutely right, and we would make it very clear that the only things to be added would literally be, in the case of Gale Trust, any modification documentation, and in the case of both parties, assuming agreements reached, the letters withdrawing the objection, that this is not an opportunity for generally more evidence on these or other issues.
So 17th of May, both agreements should be completed by, and any modifications to the orders submitted as well?
Yes.
I think that's a reasonable time frame, and I think if it continues, it just becomes an issue. I mean, if it's a case of a day or so, and it's very definitely a day or so, if you contact the programme officer, I'll consider it.
Yes, Madam.
But otherwise, we'll work with that date, and I'm quite happy any time on that date. So if I don't receive it till the Monday morning, that's fine.
Yes.
I know sometimes these things can be quite last minute, getting every landowner, etc. And if not, I'll have to proceed on the basis that the objections still stand. And
Correct.
The Secretary of State can take a different view. In terms, so I will close the inquiry in writing at the week commencing the 20th of May.
Yes.
That's the orders inquiry. I would like to close the planning inquiry tomorrow.
Yes.
We've got the conditions. In terms of closing submissions for the planning inquiry, I don't know if there's anything you wish to add to your...
There will only be, in effect, those things that went to planning objections, that went to things like funding and that type of point. We will make very clear in our closing, and obviously we have an advanced draft of it in preparation, that which bits relate to planning.
Okay, so, and circulate, so it can be circulated to the other parties, obviously.
So that it can be circulated to the other parties, and it is obviously in writing, and again, because of its length, we don't anticipate simply reading through it. I think we will just sort of summarise it and take you to relevant bits.
Thank you.
And, sorry, I should say in relation to MPL and Gales, because we do not have the withdrawals yet, we will have to write it on the basis that there isn't agreement. I say that to partly for the ears of those parties. They shouldn't be surprised that we need to close it in that way. It's just, although we very much expect withdrawal, we can't absolutely assume that is the case.
Thank you. And Mr. Hancock, are the parish councils going to put any additional closing submissions in relation to the funding aspect?
It would be very helpful, Madam, if you could just outline what you expect to happen in a closing session, and then we can take a view on it.
Right. The planning closing will happen tomorrow. We've had the substantive closing submissions from Mr. Woolley while he was here, and the agreement was if he had any further comments in relation just to the funding that was heard at the, it was about 2 weeks ago, I think. The bit, you had two witnesses that, I think Mr. Harmon and Mr. Un. So there was anything that came out of Mr. Mann's evidence in particular, and perhaps Mr. Moon's, but mainly Mr. Mann's, that you would address that, but only in the context of the planning appeal. That was where that was held out. So if there is anything, I will need to hear it tomorrow morning.
If there was anything else to be said arising from the planning inquiry other than that comment on funding, are you suggesting that could be presented tomorrow?
No, I was very clear when I closed that it was the planning, that we would hear everything, and I was holding it open just for that part. So we're not reopening other parts on which we've had submissions.
This related to the fact that we had Mr. Ng's evidence, which made it some funding comments, and indeed one or two other witnesses that made comments on costs, and yet our witness, Mr. Mann, wasn't appearing until later, and so it's literally in relation to that issue, Mr. Mann and the funding and the costs.
Sorry, it's possibly occurred in the week that you weren't present, Mr. Hancock. So on that basis, I think we can adjourn until tomorrow.
Yes, madam.
Yes. So
And on conditions, we've obviously got this more recent schedule, and we've had some comments in. Were you anticipating tomorrow any further need to go through conditions? I'm not suggesting at all that you do. I just want to make sure that we're...
I haven't seen what's in the more recent schedule. I wasn't anticipating needing to go through them again.
That's very much my expectation, but I just didn't want to be taken by surprise.
When you say that there's been further comments...
I think from Vale of White Horse. It may be that I've only recently seen them.
So there was the one comment from Mr. David Perriam on the RWE condition. So there's that discrete matter that's within the schedule you've got. So if there's any comments you have on that, obviously we'd take those into account. I think that is the extent of the... So
Mr. Perriam's is, if I just look at it now while we're sitting here, is that condition 3?
Condition 3. Yeah.
Okay, so condition 3 is quite a long condition. Can you...
Yeah, so if I just...
take me to where I need to...
Explain it. If you go in the document to page... It starts on the bottom of page 2, final column.
The final column. So details of construction activity.
Yes, and then on the next page, page 3, there's a separate, the next subheading is RWE site.
Yes.
And just to explain that text, so RWE site, and then there's 4 bullet points underneath it, that is new. And those 4 bullet points are intended to address the essentially access, phasing, sequencing matters raised by Mr. Trigg.
So where do I find Mr. Perriam's comments?
Mr. Perriam's comments, they start on the same page in the 4th column, right at the bottom.
Right.
Number 10, David Perriam comments on the RWE part of the condition.
Right.
And they continue on to the next page in the same column.
So I've got number 10, and that says the bullet points respond to their case and evidence in the orders inquiry.
So
And this is the council. This is the councillor's planning authority's view. Is that correct, or is that?
It's the previous column, actually, the column to the left.
Right.
It starts
Okay.
at the bottom.
Yes, I can see it now.
Sorry.
So bullet points, final 2 bullet points should be dealt with in a separate condition. They're aimed at preventing being removed. Okay, so I've got his comments. Are they picked up in your view?
They are. So in the next column, on page 4, there's a paragraph 10, RWE site in bold, and then that paragraph responds to Mr. Perriam's comments.
So I think you've both made your positions clear, and I'm happy to make a judgment based on that.
I'm grateful.
Unless you need to debate it with each other.
No, I think it's pretty clear from what you've got there.
Thank you. So I'm happy to not do a condition session tomorrow. I think we've covered it. Okay. Yes.
Madam, you may recall in the modification session, as well as the bridleway that had change number, we alluded to the fact that there was a footpath currently going through a change. That change happened on the 30th of April. So there will be a further very short modification to present to you tomorrow morning. I've got the plans ready, but I'm just waiting for the updated schedule.
Okay. Thank you. So I think that's everything, is that? Yes.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
if we resume at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I think Mr. Mockler's left. I don't think he will be making closing submissions, did he say? Maybe. Oh, he might make closing submissions, so in which case we'll hear Mr. Mockler, and then we'll hear the council's closing submissions in terms of the orders.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow.